Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog pressed itself against the windows of 221B Baker Street like a curious guest who'd forgotten the rules of polite society. It curled and twisted in the lamplight outside, thick as Mrs. Hudson's clotted cream, transforming the London morning into something soft and uncertain. Inside, the sitting room held a different kind of warmth, the sort that comes from coal fires burning steadily, from familiar walls that have absorbed years of pipe smoke and conversation, from the gentle tick of a clock that has measured out 1,000 quiet mornings just like this one. Sherlock Holmes sat in his armchair with the particular stillness of a man whose mind was moving at tremendous speed, while his body remained perfectly, almost unnaturally motionless. His long fingers were steepled beneath his chin, and his grey eyes gazed at nothing in particular, or perhaps at everything all at once, the way one might look at a complex musical score and hear the symphony it contained. The morning light, which managed to penetrate the fog, caught the angles of his face and made him look like a portrait of contemplation, though whether he was pondering the mysteries of the universe or merely deciding whether to have marmalade or honey on his toast was impossible to say. Across from him, Dr. John Watson sat with a newspaper spread before him like a map of the world's daily troubles. The Times rustled as he turned a page, a sound as familiar to this room as the hiss of the kettle or the creak of the floorboards. Watson's face bore the expression of a man determined to understand the state of the empire before breakfast, though his eyes kept drifting toward the covered dishes on the table with an affection that suggested his stomach had opinions about the order of morning priorities. The breakfast table itself was a monument to Mrs. Hudson's unwavering devotion to routine. Toast sat stacked in a silver rack, each slice perfectly browned, releasing a scent of warmth and wheat and butter that mingled with the sharper aroma of marmalade, Seville orange, bitter and sweet in equal measure, imported at considerable expense because Holmes had once mentioned in passing that he preferred it. The teapot wore a cosy knitted by Mrs. Hudson's own hands, a cheerful thing of blue and yellow wool that clashed magnificently with the Persian rug and the general masculine severity of the room. Steam rose from its spout in lazy spirals carrying the fragrance of Darjeeling, that particular variety that tastes faintly of muscatel grapes and mountain mist. There were eggs as well, soft-boiled and waiting in porcelain cups, their shells the colour of pale cream, a small dish of salt, another pepper, butter in a cut-glass dish, already softening slightly in the warmth of the room, everything in its place, arranged with a precision that spoke of long habits, of mornings stretching back through seasons and years until they blurred into a comfortable pattern that neither Holmes nor Watson would have dreamed of disrupting. Outside, London was waking in its usual cacophony of sound, the clatter of horse hooves on cobblestones, the cry of a newspaper boy whose voice had not yet deepened into manhood, the rumble of a hansom cab passing below, its wheels finding every uneven stone with mathematical certainty. Somewhere a church bell tolled the hour, its sound muffled by the fog into something dreamlike and distant. A woman's laugh drifted up from the street, bright and brief as a bird's call, followed by the lower rumble of a man's reply. The city breathed and bustled and went about its business with the confidence of an empire's heart, never doubting that it would beat forever. Holmes stirred at last, reaching for the teapot with the precision of a surgeon selecting an instrument. He poured himself a cup, watching the dark amber liquid stream into the china with an attention that seemed excessive for such a mundane task. Yet Watson had long ago learned that Holmes observed everything with equal intensity, whether it was a bloodstain on a carpet or the way tea swirled in a cup. The detective added neither milk nor sugar, preferring his tea as he preferred most things, unadulterated, straightforward, revealing its true nature without embellishment. "The fog will lift by noon," Holmes announced to no one in particular, or perhaps to the fog itself, as if giving it permission to depart. "The barometric pressure has been rising since midnight, and the wind has shifted to the northeast. We shall have clear skies and cold sunshine by the time the office workers take their midday meal." Watson lowered his newspaper just enough to peer over the top, his eyebrows raised in that expression of fond scepticism he'd perfected over their years of acquaintance. "Your barometer again, Holmes? Or have you taken to reading omens in the tea leaves?" "Merely observation, my dear Watson. The fog has that particular quality. You see how it clings to the window but doesn't press. And the lamplight outside shows none of the haloing effect one sees when the moisture is truly settled in. This is the fog's last gasp, so to speak. By the afternoon, it will be nothing more than a damp memory in the stones." Watson grunted, which might have signified agreement, or might simply have been acknowledgement that Holmes had spoken. He returned to his newspaper, finding an article about railway expansion, in the Midlands that he didn't particularly care about, but read nonetheless, because that was what one did with newspapers on a Tuesday morning when crime was in short supply, and the world seemed inclined toward the ordinary. Holmes took his toast, applied butter with the careful economy of someone performing a minor but necessary ritual, and then added a thin layer of marmalade. He ate slowly, methodically, his mind clearly elsewhere. Watson knew these moods, the lull between cases, when Holmes's extraordinary intellect found itself with nothing extraordinary to occupy it, and so it turned inward or sideways, or ran in circles like a greyhound with no rabbit to chase. It was during these periods that Holmes was most likely to do something, either brilliant or catastrophically ill-advised, and sometimes both simultaneously. Mrs. Hudson appeared in the doorway as if summoned by thought alone, though more likely she'd been listening for the lull in conversation that signified the gentlemen had settled into their breakfast. She was a small woman, rounded by years and good cooking, with hair that had gone silver but remained stubbornly thick, pinned up in a style that suggested the 1870s and showed no inclination toward modern fashion. Her apron was spotless, her expression was patient, and her eyes held the particular gleam of someone who had seen much, understood more, and chose to maintain a diplomatic silence about both. "More tea, Mr. Holmes?" she inquired, though she was already moving toward the table with a fresh pot, having anticipated the answer. "You are a wonder, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes replied, and there was genuine warmth in his voice. "What would we do without you?" "Starve, most likely," she said briskly, refilling both cups without being asked. "Or live on whatever peculiar substances you could concoct in those test tubes of yours. I've seen what you call experiments, Mr. Holmes, and I wouldn't feed them to the rats in the cellar." Watson chuckled, a sound that brought a smile to Mrs. Hudson's face, even as she maintained her stern expression. This was their morning dance, these three, the dance of people who had lived in close proximity long enough to become something more than landlady and tenants, something closer to family, though none of them would have used that word aloud. "The post is late this morning," Mrs. Hudson observed, glancing toward the window as if she might spot the postman materializing through the fog. "Young Billy usually has it here by 8:30, but it's nearly 9 now and not a sign of him." "The fog," Holmes said simply, as if that explained everything. And perhaps it did. London's fog was not merely weather but a force of nature, something that slowed the world to its own thick grey pace and demanded patience from everyone caught within it. Mrs. Hudson nodded, accepting this wisdom, and retreated back toward her domain below stairs, where no doubt another pot of tea was already brewing, because, in Mrs. Hudson's philosophy, there was no situation that couldn't be improved by the application of hot tea and fresh biscuits. The silence that followed was comfortable, broken only by the small sounds of breakfast, the scrape of knife against toast, the clink of spoon against egg cup, the rustle of newspaper pages. Watson had moved on to the society pages, reading with the air of a man fulfilling an obligation rather than pursuing pleasure. Holmes had finished his first piece of toast and was contemplating a second, though whether he would actually eat it or merely study it remained to be seen. It was in this moment of perfect domestic tranquillity that the sound of feet on the stairs announced a visitor, not Mrs. Hudson's careful tread, which they knew as well as their own heartbeats, but something quicker, lighter, the rapid patter of someone young and eager, taking the steps 2 at a time with the confidence of someone who'd made this journey 100 times before. Billy the page boy burst into the room with the energy of a spring lamb, all gangly limbs and enthusiasm. His face was flushed from the cold and the climb, his breath coming quick, and his eyes were bright with the importance of his mission. In his hand he clutched several letters and a telegram, the yellow envelope immediately catching Holmes's attention, like a flag of particular interest. "Morning, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," Billy announced, as if they might not have noticed his arrival despite the thunder of feet and the general disruption of the peaceful atmosphere. "Sorry for the delay, sir, but the fog's something terrible this morning. Couldn't see 3 feet in front of my face half the time, and old Mr. Peterson's dog got loose and chased me half down Baker Street before his missus called him back." Holmes's lips twitched with amusement. "A harrowing journey, Billy. I trust you emerged unscathed from your canine encounter." "Oh, aye, sir. Barker's all bark and no bite, if you take my meaning." Billy grinned at his own wit, then remembered his purpose and thrust the mail forward. "Letters and a telegram, sir. The telegram came just as I was leaving the post office, so I thought I'd better bring it straight away, seeing as how telegrams are usually urgent-like." Holmes took the correspondence with a nod of thanks, and Watson fished a coin from his waistcoat pocket, 2pence, which Billy accepted with a grateful bob of his head before disappearing back down the stairs with the same energy he'd arrived with, his footsteps fading like retreating thunder. Holmes sorted through the letters with the disinterest of a man who received much correspondence, but found little of it compelling. A bill from the gasworks, an invitation to a lecture on beekeeping that someone had sent him as a joke, knowing his recent interest in the subject. A letter from Mycroft, recognisable by the heavy cream paper and the precise, almost mechanical handwriting that suggested his brother had somehow automated his penmanship to save time. But it was the telegram that held Holmes's attention. He turned it over in his hands, studying the envelope with an intensity that made Watson set down his newspaper entirely, recognising the signs of genuine interest. "Something intriguing, Holmes?" "Possibly, Watson, or possibly nothing at all. That's what makes it intriguing." Holmes slit open the envelope with his butter knife, a casual vandalism that made Watson wince slightly. Telegrams ought to be opened properly, not assaulted with breakfast cutlery. Holmes extracted the thin paper and read it, his eyebrows rising slightly. Then he read it again, this time more slowly, his head tilting to one side like a bird examining something curious on the ground. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, not his sharp, triumphant smile when he'd solved a particularly clever puzzle, but something gentler, more puzzled, tinged with genuine confusion. "Well?" Watson prompted, his curiosity thoroughly aroused now. Holmes passed the telegram across the table. "Read it for yourself, my dear fellow. Tell me what you make of it." Watson took the paper, adjusted his reading glasses and read aloud. "Mr. Holmes, arriving Thursday next, will bring documentation as discussed. Trust this arrangement is still satisfactory. Confirm receipt. Regards, Pemberton." He looked up at Holmes, waiting for enlightenment. "Do you see it, Watson?" "See what?" "Someone named Pemberton is arriving Thursday with some documentation, presumably related to a case you're working on?" "Ah, but that's precisely the problem," Holmes said, leaning back in his chair with an expression of genuine bewilderment that Watson had rarely seen. "I know no one named Pemberton. I have discussed no documentation with anyone. I'm expecting no visitors on Thursday next or any other day. And yet," he gestured to the telegram with one long finger, "this is addressed to Mr. Holmes, 221B Baker Street, London. Unquestionably our address. But the message inside is clearly intended for someone else. Someone who is also Mr. Holmes, who also apparently resides at this address, and who has been conducting correspondence with this mysterious Pemberton about matters I know nothing about." Watson frowned, reading the telegram again. Could it be a mistake? Wrong address? "The address is absolutely correct. Baker Street is written out in full, with our specific number. No, Watson, the address is perfect. It's the recipient who's wrong." Holmes's eyes gleamed with that particular light that meant his mind had latched onto something unusual and was worrying at it like a terrier with a bone. "Someone has sent a telegram intended for a Mr. Holmes at 221B Baker Street, but they've sent it to the wrong Mr. Holmes." "But there is no other Mr. Holmes at this address," Watson protested reasonably. "There's only you." "Precisely." Holmes slapped his hand on the arm of his chair with satisfaction. "And yet here we are in possession of a telegram clearly meant for someone else. Which means somewhere in London there is another Mr. Holmes who is expecting documentation from Mr. Pemberton, who is likely quite put out that his telegram hasn't arrived, and who has no idea that his urgent correspondence is currently being used to butter toast in Baker Street." Watson couldn't help but smile. "So, what do you propose we do about it?" Holmes stood, suddenly energised. The lethargy of the morning burned away by this small mystery. Do, Watson? Why, what we always do. We investigate. We track down this Mr. Pemberton, discover which Mr. Holmes he intended to contact, and solve the mystery of how London's usually impeccable postal service managed to deliver a telegram to the right address but the wrong person. Is that really necessary? Watson asked mildly. Couldn't we simply return it to the post office and let them sort it out? My dear Watson, where's the fun in that? Holmes was already reaching for his pipe, filling it with tobacco from the Persian slipper by the fireplace. Besides, I'm curious. How does one manage to confuse two completely different people who happen to share a surname? What chain of errors and coincidences led to this particular telegram arriving in our sitting room? It's a small mystery, I grant you, but on a morning like this, with the fog thick and crime thin, it's exactly the sort of puzzle to occupy an idle mind. Watson sighed. But it was the sigh of a man who'd known this would happen, who'd perhaps even hoped it would. Very well, Holmes. After breakfast, then? After breakfast, Holmes agreed, settling back into his chair with his pipe. No mystery, however small, should interfere with Mrs. Hudson's toast. It wouldn't be civilized. And so the two men returned to their breakfast, but the morning had changed somehow. The fog still pressed against the windows, the fire still crackled in its grate, the tea still steamed in its pot. But now there was something else in the air, the faint electrical charge of a mystery unsolved, the gentle pull of curiosity that would lead them out into London's grey streets before the morning was much older. The telegram lay on the table between them, innocent and yellow and utterly unremarkable, yet it had transformed their quiet Tuesday into something else entirely, the beginning of what Holmes would later call the case of the wrong Mr. Holmes, though Watson, in his heart, thought of it simply as the day a piece of paper reminded them that London was full of mysteries, large and small, and that sometimes the smallest ones were the most delightful to solve. Outside, just as Holmes had predicted, the fog was beginning to thin. The telegram sat on Holmes's desk like a small yellow puzzle, catching the late morning light that had finally begun to filter through the thinning fog. Holmes circled it the way a cat might circle something simultaneously fascinating and suspicious, his pipe sending up contemplative clouds of smoke that wreathed his head and gave him the appearance of a particularly thoughtful dragon. Watson had settled himself in the armchair with a fresh cup of tea, recognizing that when Holmes entered this particular state of concentration, the best contribution one could make was patient observation and the occasional well-timed question. He'd learned this over years of friendship, that Holmes's mind worked best when it had both solitude and company, the paradox of needing someone present to witness his thoughts without necessarily interrupting them. The paper first, Holmes murmured, lifting the telegram with his fingertips as if it were a delicate artifact that might crumble under rough handling. He held it up to the window, letting the weak sunlight illuminate it from behind. Standard telegraph office stock. You can see the watermark here, Watson, if you look closely. The crown and post horn, marking it as an official government issue. Nothing unusual there. Watson nodded, though he couldn't actually see the watermark from his position across the room. He trusted Holmes's observation implicitly. The man could spot details in a blank wall if given sufficient motivation. The handwriting, however, Holmes continued, examining the address written on the envelope, is where things become interesting. See how the letters slope dramatically to the right. The writer is naturally right-handed, somewhat hurried, but not frantically so. The pressure is uneven, heavier on the downstrokes, lighter on the curves. This suggests someone who writes a great deal as part of their occupation, but takes no particular pride in their penmanship. Functional rather than decorative. He set down the envelope and picked up the telegram itself, holding it close to his face, and then at arm's length, as if changing perspectives might reveal hidden truths. The message is written in the same hand. Mr. Holmes, 2121B Baker Street, London. All correct, all perfectly legible. But notice, Watson, what's missing. Watson leaned forward slightly. Missing? No initial. Most correspondence to me arrives addressed to Mr. S. Holmes, or Sherlock Holmes, Esquire. Even strangers who've only heard of me tend to use my full name, as if the surname alone might be insufficient to identify me in a city of millions. But this... He tapped the paper thoughtfully. This simply says Mr. Holmes, as if there could be no question which Mr. Holmes is intended, as if the sender assumed any telegram to this address would naturally be meant for me. A reasonable assumption, surely, Watson offered. You're the Mr. Holmes of 221B Baker Street. Am I, though? Holmes's eyes gleamed with mischief. That's what we believe, certainly, but belief and truth are not always the same thing, Watson. This telegram suggests that somewhere in London's labyrinthine postal system there exists another truth, one in which a different Mr. Holmes has equal claim to this address, or at least to the attention of Mr. Pemberton. He returned to his desk and extracted a magnifying glass from the drawer, one of several he kept for different purposes, this one being his favourite for examining paper and ink. For several minutes he studied the telegram in silence, the glass moving slowly across the surface like a mechanical eye searching for secrets. The postmark, he announced finally, tells us this originated from the Central Post Office on St. Martin's le Grand at 9 o'clock yesterday morning. It travelled the usual route, sorted, dispatched, delivered, nothing irregular in its journey, and yet it arrived at the wrong destination. Watson sipped his tea thoughtfully. Could there be another 221B Baker Street somewhere in London? Another street with the same name in a different borough? An excellent hypothesis, Watson, and one I considered immediately. However, I've made it my business to know London's geography rather thoroughly, and I can assure you there is only one Baker Street, only one number 221B, and until this morning I was quite confident there was only one Mr. Holmes in residence here. He smiled wryly. Clearly my confidence was misplaced. He began pacing now, a sure sign that his mind was moving through possibilities the way other men might shuffle through playing cards, examining each one before discarding it, or keeping it for further consideration. His dressing gown swirled around his ankles with each turn, and the floorboards creaked in their familiar pattern. 3 steps, creak, 2 steps, creak, pivot, repeat. Let us consider, Holmes said, speaking more to himself than to Watson, though he always maintained the polite fiction of conversation, the chain of events that must have occurred. First, our Mr. Pemberton, about whom we know nothing except that he possesses documentation of some kind, composes his telegram. He addresses it to Mr. Holmes at 221B Baker Street. He believes this will reach the intended recipient. Why? Watson waited, knowing the question was rhetorical. Because, Holmes continued, answering himself, he has successfully contacted Mr. Holmes before. One doesn't simply send telegrams to random addresses hoping they'll find the right person. No, Pemberton has prior correspondence with someone he believes to be Mr. Holmes of Baker Street. They've discussed these documents. An arrangement has been made. Thursday has been agreed upon as the arrival date. So somewhere, Watson said slowly, working it through, there's a Mr. Holmes who's expecting this telegram and hasn't received it. Precisely. And more than that, Watson, somewhere there's a Mr. Holmes who has been conducting correspondence that led to this telegram, which means there's a trail of letters, perhaps previous telegrams, maybe even meetings, an entire relationship between Pemberton and this other Holmes that we know nothing about. Holmes stopped pacing and turned to face Watson directly. The question is not, who is Mr. Pemberton? We'll discover that easily enough. The question is, who is this other Mr. Holmes, and how has he managed to establish himself at an address where he doesn't actually live? Could it be fraud, Watson suggested? Someone using your name and address for nefarious purposes? Holmes considered this, his head tilted thoughtfully. Possible, but unlikely. Fraud generally aims for profit or escape from justice. What profit is there in receiving documentation on Thursday next? What crime is facilitated by impersonating me while conducting mundane correspondence about unspecified papers? No, Watson, I don't think we're dealing with a criminal mastermind. I think we're dealing with something far more interesting. A mistake. He returned to his desk and pulled out a street directory of London, that massive tome that attempted to catalogue every residence and business in the great sprawling beast of the city. His fingers moved through the pages with practised speed, finding Baker Street and running down the entries. Here we are, 221B Baker Street. Holmes, Sherlock Consulting Detective. No other Holmes listed at this address or anywhere nearby, but... He continued flipping pages, moving to the general index at the back. Let us see how many Holmeses populate our fair city. Watson rose and came to stand behind Holmes's chair, looking over his shoulder at the densely printed pages. The surname Holmes appeared again and again, dozens of entries, perhaps hundreds, scattered across London like seeds cast by a generous hand. Good Lord, Watson murmured, there must be 100 of them. 147, Holmes corrected, his finger moving down the columns with mathematical precision. Holmes, Albert, Holmes, Bernard, Holmes, Catherine. We are apparently a numerous tribe, Watson. Bakers and barristers, clerks and clergy, scattered from Whitechapel to Westminster. Any one of them could theoretically be our Mr. Pemberton's correspondent. So how do we narrow it down? Holmes closed the directory with a decisive thump. We go to the source, the central post office where this telegram originated. Someone there accepted Mr. Pemberton's message, transcribed it, and sent it on its way. That someone may remember details that aren't evident from the telegram itself. Or at the very least, they can tell us if this Pemberton is a regular customer, someone who sends telegrams frequently enough to be memorable. Watson glanced at the window where the fog had indeed thinned to almost nothing, leaving behind a pale November sky that promised cold sunshine and bitter wind. You're suggesting we venture out into that? My dear Watson, we've ventured out into far worse in pursuit of far less interesting mysteries. At least this one comes with the promise of a brisk walk and the satisfaction of solving a puzzle that's harming no one and costing nothing but a bit of curiosity and shoe leather. Watson smiled, despite himself. This was Holmes at his most appealing, not the brilliant detective pursuing murderers through London's dark underbelly, but simply a man intrigued by an anomaly, willing to spend a morning chasing down a misdirected telegram because it represented a question without an answer, and unanswered questions offended his sense of order. Very well, Watson agreed. Let me fetch my coat. 20 minutes later, they were descending the stairs of 221B, both men wrapped against the cold in heavy overcoats, Watson with his stick and Holmes with his pipe still clenched between his teeth. Mrs. Hudson appeared from her sitting room as if summoned by the sound of their footsteps, her expression one of maternal concern mixed with resignation. Going out, Mr. Holmes? In this weather? The fog has lifted, Mrs. Hudson, and the sun is doing its best to remember how to shine. We're simply taking a constitution to the post office. Nothing dangerous, I assure you. She sniffed, unconvinced. The post office, on a Tuesday morning, when you've a perfectly good fireplace and a comfortable chair waiting upstairs. Sometimes I think you go looking for trouble, Mr. Holmes. Not trouble, Mrs. Hudson, merely answers. There's a difference. Is there, though? She shook her head, but stepped aside to let them pass. Well, mind your back for lunch. I'm making steak and kidney pie, and it won't improve for being kept warm. We wouldn't dream of missing it, Holmes assured her, and they stepped out into the November morning. Baker Street stretched before them, wet from the fog and gleaming dully in the weak sunlight. The street was alive with the business of late morning, delivery carts rumbling past, a maid scrubbing steps 3 doors down, a gentleman in a silk hat consulting his pocket watch, with an expression of perpetual urgency that seemed to be the natural state of London's professional class. The air was cold and carried the mixed perfume of London in winter, coal smoke and horse dung, roasting chestnuts from a vendor on the corner, the yeasty smell of bread from a bakery somewhere nearby, and underneath it all the damp stone scent of a city built on river clay and ambition. Watson breathed it in deeply, feeling the cold sharp in his lungs, and found himself grateful for the excuse to be out and moving rather than sitting by the fire growing old and soft. They walked at a brisk pace, Holmes's long legs setting a rhythm that Watson had to stretch slightly to match. Neither man spoke much, Holmes because his mind was clearly working through possibilities and permutations, Watson because he'd learned that sometimes the best companionship was silent. Around them, London flowed and eddied, each person absorbed in their own small dramas, their own pressing concerns, none of them aware that 2 men were walking among them on a quest to solve the mystery of a misdelivered telegram. A crossing sweeper darted into their path, clearing a narrow channel, through the mud and horse droppings with practised efficiency. Holmes tossed him a penny without breaking stride, and the boy touched his cap in thanks before moving on to the next well-dressed pedestrian. A flower girl offered them violets, her fingers red with cold despite the fingerless gloves she wore. Watson bought a small bunch more from kindness than desire, tucking them into his buttonhole, where they added a small spot of colour to his otherwise grey ensemble. They passed the wax museum where Madame Tussaud's creations stood frozen in their eternal moment of manufactured fame. They navigated around a broken water main where workmen were knee-deep in mud and cursing with the creative fluency that only comes from profound inconvenience and cold water. They dodged a racing hansom whose driver seemed to believe he was competing in the Derby rather than navigating city streets, and gradually, as they walked, Watson found himself thinking about the mystery itself. This small, harmless puzzle of crossed wires and confused identities. In a city of millions, how easy it must be for messages to go astray, for letters to find wrong homes, for people to become tangled in each other's lives without ever meaning to. London was a vast machine of communication, with telegrams and letters and newspapers and gossip, all flowing through its streets like blood through veins, and it seemed almost miraculous that the system worked at all, let alone that it worked as well as it did. "Penny for your thoughts, Watson," Holmes said suddenly, breaking the comfortable silence. "I was thinking," Watson replied, "about how remarkable it is that more telegrams don't go astray. The whole system seems impossibly complex when you consider it. All these messages flying back and forth, all these addresses and names and urgent communications. It's rather like a miracle that yours arrives at all." Holmes smiled, a quick flash of warmth. "A practical miracle, perhaps. The miracle of human organisation and systematic thinking. The post office is one of Victorian England's great achievements, Watson. Not as celebrated as our railways or our empire, but in its way just as important. It connects us, makes us smaller and larger simultaneously. A letter posted in Cornwall can reach Edinburgh in days. A telegram can span the country in hours. We live in an age of miraculous communication." "And yet," Watson added dryly, "it still manages to deliver your telegram to the wrong Mr. Holmes." "Precisely," Holmes laughed. "Which is what makes this interesting. The system works so well that when it fails, the failure itself becomes worthy of investigation. We notice the exception because the rule is so reliable." Ahead of them, the dome of St. Paul's Cathedral rose above the roofline, its cross pointing heavenward with the confidence of something built to last centuries. They were getting closer to St. Martin's-le-Grand now, to the heart of London's postal empire, to the place where this particular small mystery had begun. Holmes quickened his pace slightly, energised by proximity to answers, and Watson matched him stride for stride, his stick tapping out a steady rhythm on the pavement. The game, as Holmes would say, was afoot. The General Post Office on St. Martin's-le-Grand stood like a temple to communication itself, its pale stone facade rising with the confident grandeur that characterised so much of Victorian London's public architecture. It was a building that announced its importance without shouting. Solid, symmetrical, crowned with a clock tower that kept time for half the city, and seemed to suggest that punctuality was not merely a virtue, but a civic duty. Holmes and Watson paused at the base of the broad stone steps, looking up at the building with the appreciation of men who understood that architecture was more than bricks and mortar. It was philosophy made solid, values carved into stone. Here was a building that declared the British Empire's commitment to order, to connection, to the steady, reliable flow of information across impossible distances. "Impressive, isn't it?" Watson remarked, adjusting his scarf against the cold wind that swirled around the building's corners. "I've passed it 100 times, but never really looked at it properly." "Most people don't," Holmes replied, his eyes travelling over the classical columns, the carved reliefs depicting Mercury and other gods of communication and commerce. "We take it for granted, this miracle of organisation. Every day, hundreds of thousands of letters and telegrams flow through these doors, messages of love and business, of birth and death, of the mundane and the extraordinary, and somehow, miraculously, they nearly all reach their intended destinations." "Nearly all," Watson said with a slight smile, patting his pocket where the errant telegram resided. "Nearly all," Holmes agreed, and they climbed the steps together. Inside, the post office opened into a vast hall that managed to be both grand and functional. The ceiling soared overhead, decorated with elaborate plasterwork that depicted scenes of postal delivery through the ages. Roman couriers, medieval messengers, modern uniformed postmen. But the beauty was incidental to the purpose. This was a working space, filled with the sound of voices and footsteps, the scratch of pens on paper, the rustle of letters being sorted, the tick and clack of telegraph keys sending messages racing along copper wires to every corner of the kingdom. A long wooden counter divided the space, behind which a small army of postal clerks worked with varying degrees of efficiency and good cheer. Some served customers with brisk professionalism, weighing parcels and calculating postage with mathematical precision. Others seemed engaged in more complex negotiations, a woman arguing about the cost of sending a package to India, a man trying to determine whether his letter to Scotland required a halfpenny or full penny stamp. The air smelled of paper and ink, of sealing wax and the peculiar mustiness that comes from handling thousands of letters, each one carrying the faint scent of the home it came from. Underlying it all was the sharp metallic tang of telegraph equipment, that distinct smell of electricity and copper that marked the modern age. Holmes surveyed the scene with the systematic attention he brought to any new environment, his eyes moving from clerk to clerk, from customer to customer, reading stories in postures and expressions the way other men might read newspapers. Watson knew that look. Holmes was cataloguing, categorizing, searching for the detail that would prove useful. "There," Holmes murmured, nodding toward a clerk at the far end of the counter. "That gentleman there, the one with the ink-stained fingers and the slightly crooked spectacles, that's our man." Watson followed his gaze to a thin, middle-aged clerk who was currently sorting through a stack of telegrams, with an expression of deep concentration mixed with mild confusion, as if the papers in his hands were written in a language he almost but didn't quite understand. His hair was grey and thinning, combed over in a style that fooled no one, and his collar was slightly askew, as if he'd dressed in haste or simply forgotten that collars required straightening. "How can you possibly know that?" Watson asked, not doubting but genuinely curious about Holmes's reasoning. "Observation, my dear Watson. Notice first his age. He's old enough to have been working here for years, which means the other clerks will know him and can confirm his identity if needed. Second, see the ink stains on his fingers. Not just the usual marks of someone who writes all day, but specific patterns that suggest he handles telegrams primarily. Those particular stains come from the special pencils used for copying telegraph messages onto forms." Watson nodded, following the logic. "But most tellingly," Holmes continued, his voice warm with amusement, "notice how he's staring at that stack of telegrams. He's not processing them efficiently like his colleagues. He's puzzled over them, occasionally picking one up, reading it, frowning, and putting it in a different pile. That's not the behaviour of an efficient clerk. That's the behaviour of a man who's confused, who's trying to sort out something that's gotten muddled. And given that we're here to investigate a muddled telegram, I'd wager a month's rent that our clerk is intimately familiar with the art of muddling." "You're suggesting he's the one who sent our telegram astray?" "I'm suggesting he's the one most likely to have done so. Whether intentionally or accidentally remains to be seen." They approached the counter, waiting patiently while the clerk finished his contemplation of the telegram in his hand. Up close, Watson could see that the man's waistcoat was buttoned incorrectly, leaving one side slightly higher than the other, a small detail that somehow suggested a mind more occupied with internal thoughts than external appearances. "Excuse me," Holmes said politely, his voice pitched to be friendly rather than demanding. "I wonder if you might help us with a small inquiry." The clerk looked up, blinking behind his spectacles as if surprised to discover there were customers in the post office. His eyes were a watery blue, kind but slightly unfocused, the eyes of someone perpetually caught between attention and distraction. "Of course, sir. How may I assist you?" His voice was pleasant, educated, with a slight tremor that suggested nervousness was his natural state. "Posting a letter? Sending a telegram? We offer very competitive rates for international correspondence now, since the new postal treat is—" "Actually," Holmes interrupted gently before the man could launch into what promised to be a lengthy explanation of postal rates, "we're here about a telegram that's already been sent. We're hoping you might help us trace its origins." The clerk's expression shifted through several emotions in rapid succession: surprise, concern, defensiveness, and finally a kind of weary resignation that suggested this was not the first time someone had come to him with complaints about postal irregularities. "Oh dear," he said, his hand fluttering up to adjust his spectacles, which didn't actually need adjusting. "Oh dear. Was it delayed? Lost? I assure you, sir, the telegram service is usually most reliable. Very rarely do messages go astray, and when they do, there's typically an excellent explanation involving weather or equipment malfunction, or—" "The telegram wasn't lost," Holmes said, producing the yellow envelope from his pocket with a slight flourish. "It arrived perfectly on time. The problem is that it arrived at the wrong address, or rather, at the right address, but for the wrong person." The clerk took the telegram with the careful reverence one might show a holy relic or an unexploded bomb. He studied the envelope, then extracted the message, reading it slowly, his lips moving slightly as he worked through the words. His expression grew increasingly troubled. "Mr. Holmes, 221B Baker Street," he read aloud. "Yes, I remember this one. Came in yesterday morning, just after opening. Gentleman sent it, quite insistent it go out immediately. Said it was important business regarding documentation. He looked up at Holmes, his brow furrowed with concern. But I don't understand, sir. This is addressed correctly. 221B Baker Street is quite clear. Indeed it is, Holmes agreed. The problem, my good man, is that I am Mr. Holmes of 221B Baker Street, and I have no idea who Mr. Pemberton is, nor am I expecting any documentation on Thursday next. The clerk's face went through another rapid succession of expressions, this time settling on something approaching mild panic. Oh no! Oh dear! Oh, this is most irregular. Your name, if I might ask? Holmes inquired, his tone remaining gentle despite the clerk's obvious distress. Pemberton, the man said automatically, then froze as the significance of the name registered. Harold Pemberton. I'm a senior telegraph clerk here at the Central Post Office, and I— Oh dear God. His hand went to his mouth. I've done it again, haven't I? Done what again, Mr. Pemberton? Watson asked, speaking for the first time, and using his most reassuring doctor's voice, the one he employed with patients who needed calming. Pemberton looked around nervously, as if checking whether his supervisor might be within earshot, then leaned across the counter conspiratorially. I've mixed up the Holmeses again. I have a terrible time with names, you see. Faces I never forget. I could describe to you every customer who's come through here in the past week down to the colour of their cufflinks. But names— He shook his head miserably. Names simply won't stay in my head properly. They slide around, rearranging themselves like anagrams. I've sent letters to Mr. Smith when they should have gone to Mr. Smythe, telegrams to Brown when they were meant for Brown, and the Holmeses— He gestured helplessly. There are so many Holmeses in London, sir, so very many, and I can never seem to keep them straight. Holmes's expression had shifted from investigative to fascinated, the way he looked when presented with a particularly interesting puzzle. How many Holmeses would you say you've confused? Oh, dozens, I should think, over the years. Pemberton pulled out a handkerchief and mopped his brow despite the coolness of the post office. There's Mr. Holmes, who's a greengrocer in Bermondsey. I once sent him a telegram meant for Mr. Holmes, who's a barrister in Lincoln's Inn. Caused quite a confusion when the greengrocer tried to show up for a court case armed with nothing but cabbages and good intentions. And then there's the Mr. Holmes who breeds prize-winning spaniels in Kensington, and the Mr. Holmes who imports tea from Ceylon, and the Mr. Holmes who teaches mathematics at a boys' school in Hampstead, and— Well, he trailed off, looking thoroughly miserable. And yesterday, Holmes prompted, when a gentleman came in to send a telegram to Mr. Holmes at 221B Baker Street. I assumed he meant you, sir. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the detective. You're rather famous, you see, and your address is well known. I transcribed the message, sent it off, and never thought twice about it. Pemberton's shoulders slumped. I suppose the gentleman actually meant a different Mr. Holmes entirely. Can you describe this gentleman? Holmes asked, leaning forward with interest. The one who sent the telegram? Pemberton brightened slightly, grateful to be asked something he could actually answer. Oh yes, perfectly. He was middle-aged, perhaps 50, with grey whiskers trimmed in the naval style, quite precise and geometric, wore a brown tweed suit, very well made but not showy, had the bearing of a military man, stood very straight, spoke in that clipped way officers do. His hands were weathered, the kind of weathering you get from outdoor work or perhaps time at sea, and he had a pin in his lapel, a small thing, looked like an anchor. A naval man, then, Watson observed. Almost certainly, Holmes agreed. And the documentation he mentioned? He didn't specify, sir. Just said it was important business documents that needed to be delivered, and that Mr. Holmes was expecting them. I had no reason to doubt him. Pemberton looked between them anxiously. Have I caused terrible trouble? Is Mr. Sherlock Holmes embroiled in some case that's now been compromised by my incompetence? Holmes laughed, a genuine sound of delight that made several nearby customers turn to look. My dear Mr. Pemberton, you haven't caused trouble at all. On the contrary, you've provided us with the most entertaining mystery we've had in weeks. A naval gentleman named Pemberton is expecting to visit a Mr. Holmes this Thursday with important documents, and somewhere in London there's a Mr. Holmes who's expecting him. All we need to do is determine which of London's many Holmeses is the intended recipient. I could check the records, Pemberton offered eagerly, apparently relieved that he wasn't about to be dismissed or arrested or whatever fate he'd been imagining. If this gentleman had sent telegrams before, there would be a record of the address. That would be most helpful, Holmes said warmly. Pemberton disappeared into a back room, leaving Holmes and Watson standing at the counter. Around them, the post office continued its daily business, indifferent to their small drama. A young woman purchased stamps, counting out her pennies carefully. An elderly gentleman argued about the weight of his parcel. A boy delivered a stack of letters from his postbag, his face red from the cold outside. "Poor fellow," Watson murmured, watching the door through which Pemberton had vanished. "Can you imagine living with such a peculiar affliction? Perfect memory for faces, but complete inability to keep names straight." "It's not as unusual as you might think," Holmes replied. "The human brain is remarkably specialized. Some people can remember entire musical scores, but forget what they had for breakfast. Others can recite poetry from memory, but can't navigate from their house to the corner shop without getting lost. Pemberton has simply developed a very specific form of mental organization, visual and categorical rather than linguistic. He probably sorts the world by what he sees rather than what things are called. Still must make his job rather difficult. Hence all the confused Holmeses," Holmes said with a smile, "though I must admit I find it rather charming. In a city that prides itself on efficiency and precision, here's a man whose brain simply refuses to cooperate with the system, yet he continues working, doing his best, muddling through. There's something rather heroic about it." Pemberton returned, carrying a large ledger book, thick with entries in various hands. He laid it on the counter and began flipping through pages, his finger running down columns of addresses and names. "Here we are. Telegrams from the past month. Pemberton, A. Pemberton, F. Pemberton, H. That's me, of course. But I don't send telegrams to myself, that would be rather pointless. Ah, Pemberton, J. Here it is." He turned the ledger around so Holmes and Watson could see. The entry showed 3 previous telegrams, all sent in the past fortnight, all addressed to Mr. H. Holmes, 43 Elm Grove, South Kensington. "South Kensington," Holmes breathed, his eyes bright with satisfaction. "Of course, Mr. H. Holmes. Another Holmes, another initial, same general pattern. Your mind saw Mr. Holmes and associated it with me, rather than this mysterious H. Holmes in Kensington." "I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Holmes," Pemberton said again, though he looked somewhat relieved that the mystery had been solved. "Should I send a correction telegram? Inform this Mr. J. Pemberton that his message was misdirected?" Holmes considered this, then shook his head. "I think not. I believe Dr. Watson and I shall deliver this telegram ourselves. After all, we've come this far in our investigation. It seems only proper to see it through to its conclusion. Besides," he added with a twinkle in his eye, "I'm quite curious to meet this other Mr. Holmes and discover what sort of documentation warrants such urgent communication." Pemberton looked profoundly grateful. "You're very kind, sir, very kind indeed. Most people would have reported me to my supervisor." "Nonsense," Holmes said briskly. "You've done us a favour, Mr. Pemberton. You've given us a perfectly lovely morning's entertainment. The least we can do is ensure your telegram reaches its proper recipient." They bid farewell to the anxious clerk and made their way back out into the November cold, the telegram now equipped with its correct address tucked safely in Holmes's pocket. "South Kensington, then?" Watson asked as they descended the post office steps. "South Kensington," Holmes confirmed. "To meet the mysterious Mr. H. Holmes and solve the case of the misdelivered telegram. I do hope he's home. It would be such a disappointment to come all this way and find only an empty house. Should we send word ahead? Let him know we're coming?" Holmes smiled. "And spoil the surprise? Where's the fun in that, Watson? No, let's arrive unannounced, bearing his telegram like the 3 wise men bearing gifts. I suspect we'll find a much warmer welcome that way." And with that, they set off through London's winding streets, 2 detectives on the trail of the right Mr. Holmes, carrying a telegram that had taken the scenic route to its destination, but was determined to arrive nevertheless. The journey from St. Martin's-le-Grand to South Kensington was a journey through London's many faces, each neighbourhood revealing a different aspect of the city's vast and complicated personality. Holmes and Watson took an omnibus part of the way, sitting on the upper deck despite the cold, because Holmes claimed the view was superior, and Watson suspected his friend simply enjoyed watching the city unfold beneath them like a living map. From their elevated perch, London spread out in all directions, a confusion of rooftops and chimney-pots, church spires pointing heavenward like accusing fingers, the occasional dome or monument rising above the general chaos with architectural dignity. Smoke rose from 10,000 fires, creating a haze that softened the hard edges of buildings and made the whole city look like a watercolour painting left out in the rain. The omnibus lurched and swayed through traffic, the horses' hooves providing a steady percussion against the cobblestones. A conductor moved among the passengers collecting fares, his leather bag jingling with coins, his face weathered into permanent lines of mild irritation that came from spending one's life asking people for tuppence and being met with endless variations of "I thought I had change" and "Can you break a sovereign?" Holmes paid their fare without complaint and settled back into observation mode, his eyes tracking the flow of the city with the intensity of someone reading an extremely complicated but fascinating book. Watson knew better than to interrupt these moods. His friend was filing away details. The way that Butcher's boy moved suggested a recent injury to his left ankle. The woman in the green dress was wearing mourning jewellery beneath her collar. The gentleman with the newspaper was left-handed and had recently taken up pipe smoking based on the fresh burn mark on his right index finger. They disembarked at Kensington High Street and walked the remaining distance, entering a neighbourhood that whispered money rather than shouting it. Here the houses stood back from the street behind small gardens, their facades freshly painted, their windows gleaming with care and regular cleaning. The residents of South Kensington were professional people, doctors and lawyers, successful merchants, retired military officers living on pensions that allowed for comfort if not extravagance. It was a neighbourhood of quiet respectability, where nothing too dramatic ever happened and everyone preferred it that way. Elm Grove proved to be a narrow, tree-lined street that curved gently away from the main road, its name still accurate despite autumn having stripped most of the elms to skeletal silhouettes against the pale sky. The houses here were Georgian in style, 3 stories of red brick with white trim, each one similar to its neighbours but distinguished by small touches, a different colour door, varying window boxes, the occasional bay window, or decorative ironwork that announced the owner's individual taste within the bounds of neighbourhood propriety. Number 43 sat midway down the street, its dark green door flanked by 2 potted evergreens that had been trimmed into precise spherical shapes. The brass knocker was polished to a high shine shaped like an anchor, a detail that made Holmes smile with satisfaction. "Naval man indeed," he murmured, reaching for the knocker. Our Mr. Pemberton knew what he was talking about. Before Holmes could knock, however, the door opened to reveal a woman of perhaps 60 years, dressed in a black dress with a white apron that marked her as a housekeeper. Her face was pleasant and intelligent, her grey hair pulled back into a neat bun, and her expression suggested she'd been expecting someone, though probably not the 2 gentlemen currently standing on her doorstep. "Good afternoon," she said, her voice carrying the soft burr of Scottish origins that had been smoothed but not erased by years in London. "May I help you, gentlemen?" Holmes removed his hat with old-fashioned courtesy. "Good afternoon. We're looking for Mr. H. Holmes. Would he happen to be at home?" The housekeeper's expression shifted to something between surprise and curiosity. "Mr. Holmes is at home, yes, though he's not expecting visitors. Might I ask who's calling?" "My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my associate, Dr. John Watson. We have a telegram for Mr. Holmes that was misdirected to my address in error, and we've come to deliver it personally along with our apologies for the delay." Understanding dawned in the housekeeper's eyes, followed by something that looked remarkably like amusement. "Another one, then? Well, you'd best come in, Mr. Holmes. The other Mr. Holmes, I should say. The captain will want to meet you, I'm sure. He's been expecting a telegram these past 2 days and was beginning to worry it had gone astray." She stepped back to let them enter, and they found themselves in a hallway that was both conventional and distinctly personal. The wallpaper was a respectable dark green with a subtle pattern. The floor was polished wood covered by a runner carpet in deep burgundy, and a mirror and coat stand stood ready for visitors' belongings. But covering nearly every available wall space were artefacts of a life spent at sea. There were framed maps showing naval routes and foreign ports, Bombay, Singapore, Cape Town, Gibraltar. A collection of navigational instruments sat in a glass-fronted cabinet, a sextant, a brass compass, several telescopes of varying sizes. Paintings depicted ships in various states of sail, some peaceful and some caught in dramatic storms that made the canvas seem to move with remembered violence. And photographs, dozens of them, showed groups of naval officers in crisp white uniforms, their faces serious and sun-darkened, standing on decks or posing before exotic backgrounds. "The captain's study is this way," the housekeeper said, leading them down the hall to a door at the rear of the house. She knocked once, then opened it without waiting for a response. "Captain Holmes, you have visitors, sir. Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson come about the telegram." "About time," came a voice from within, hearty and accustomed to being heard over wind and waves. "Send them in, Mrs. McGregor, send them in." The study was a room that could only have belonged to a naval officer, and a well-travelled one at that. Every surface told stories of distant waters and foreign shores. The desk was made of dark teak, almost certainly brought back from somewhere in the East. The chairs were upholstered in leather worn soft by years of use. Bookshelves lined two walls, filled with volumes on navigation, naval history, engineering, and mixed among them travel narratives and what appeared to be quite a collection of adventure novels. But it was the objects between the books that truly caught the eye. Carved ivory from India, small bronze statues of unfamiliar deities, shells of impossible colours and sizes, a stuffed parrot that regarded visitors with glassy-eyed dignity, coral formations that looked like frozen fire, and what appeared to be a small shark's jaw mounted on a wooden plaque. Behind the desk sat a man who seemed entirely suited to his surroundings. Captain Horatio Holmes, for it could be no one else, was in his early 50s, with grey hair that had once been dark brown and whiskers trimmed in the precise style Pemberton had described. His face was deeply tanned and weathered by years of sun and salt spray, with laugh lines around his eyes that suggested a man who found life generally amusing despite its hardships. He wore a comfortable wool jacket and waistcoat, no longer the crisp white uniform of his naval days, but he sat with the upright posture of someone whose body remembered military discipline even in retirement. His eyes, a warm hazel that reminded Watson unexpectedly of autumn leaves, sparkled with intelligence and good humour as he rose to greet them. He was not particularly tall, perhaps 5'8", but he carried himself with the confident bearing of a man accustomed to command. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes!" he exclaimed, coming around the desk with his hand extended. "What an extraordinary pleasure! I've read Dr. Watson's accounts of your adventures in the Strand. Marvellous stuff, absolutely marvellous. And here you are in my study. Please, gentlemen, sit. Mrs. McGregor, would you bring tea, and perhaps some of those biscuits you made yesterday?" The housekeeper nodded and withdrew, leaving the three men to arrange themselves in the study's chairs. Watson took the opportunity to study their host more closely. Despite his hearty greeting, there was something slightly anxious in the captain's expression, a tension around his eyes that suggested he'd been genuinely worried about the telegram's non-arrival. "Captain Holmes," Sherlock began once they were settled, "I must apologise for the delay in your receiving this." He produced the yellow envelope from his pocket and handed it across. "Through a series of understandable confusions at the Central Post Office, your telegram was delivered to my address on Baker Street rather than here. I've only just traced it to its proper recipient." The captain took the telegram with visible relief, tearing it open with the eagerness of someone who'd been waiting anxiously. As he read, his face brightened considerably, the tension melting away. "Ah, excellent. Old Pemberton. That's Commander James Pemberton. Not the postal fellow, different Pemberton entirely, is arriving Thursday as planned. Wonderful news." He looked up at them with a broad smile. "You've no idea what a relief this is, gentlemen. I was beginning to think something had gone wrong, that the arrangements had fallen through. Should have sent a second telegram, I suppose, but I'm old-fashioned. I hate to seem impatient or demanding." "If I might ask," Holmes said, his curiosity evident, "what brings Commander Pemberton to London? If it's not too personal a question, of course." The captain leaned back in his chair, clearly happy to share the story. "Not at all. It's quite a tale, actually. Pemberton and I served together in the Pacific Fleet. Must be 25 years ago now. We were both young lieutenants then, thought we'd live forever, and that the ocean was put there specifically for our entertainment." His eyes took on the distant look of someone seeing not the room around them, but the blue waters of memory. "We had adventures, gentlemen. Real adventures, not the sanitized sort you read about in official reports. There was the time we helped evacuate a village before a volcano erupted. Krakatoa's smaller cousin, not as famous, but just as deadly to the locals. And the typhoon that nearly sank us off the Philippines. And the business with the pirates in the Straits of Malacca, though that's a story best saved for after the second glass of brandy." Watson found himself leaning forward, captivated. This was his sort of tale. Military adventure, exotic locations, the camaraderie of men facing danger together. "Pemberton saved my life," the captain continued. his voice quieter now, more serious. Pulled me out of the water when I went overboard during a storm. Dove right in without hesitation, though the seas were running 20 feet and any sensible man would have written me off as lost. Brought me back aboard more dead than alive, and stayed with me through the fever that followed. 3 days he sat by my bunk, making sure I didn't die of pneumonia after surviving the ocean's attempt to kill me. He paused, his hand absently touching a small photograph on his desk. 2 young men in naval uniforms, arms around each other's shoulders, grinning with the invincibility of youth. The sort of thing you don't forget, he said simply, the sort of debt you can never really repay. So when Pemberton wrote to me last month with his proposal, I didn't hesitate to say yes. His proposal, Holmes, prompted gently. Mrs. McGregor returned at that moment with a tea tray laden with cups, a steaming pot, and a plate of shortbread biscuits that filled the room with the scent of butter and sugar. She distributed cups with quiet efficiency, then withdrew once more, closing the door softly behind her. The captain poured tea for his guests with the careful attention of someone who'd learned to manage fine china in rolling seas, a skill that involved instinct and practice in equal measure. He passed around the biscuits, insisting they each take at least 2 before settling back to continue his story. Pemberton has been writing his memoirs, he explained. Naval memoirs covering 40 years of service from midshipman to commander. Publishers in London have expressed interest, Macmillan quite prestigious, but they want documentation to verify the more remarkable claims. Battle reports, commendations, that sort of thing. Pemberton's kept meticulous records over the years, has everything carefully preserved, but he's been living in Portsmouth since his retirement and hasn't wanted to trust such important documents to the regular post. Hence the personal delivery, Watson said, understanding. Precisely. He's coming to London for a few days, staying at the Naval Club, and he'll bring the documents directly to me. I've agreed to help him organise them, write some supporting statements for the incidents where we served together, that sort of thing. Should be quite a reunion, actually. Haven't seen him in person in 3 years, though we correspond regularly. Holmes nodded, sipping his tea thoughtfully. And the publisher is expecting these documents when? Next week. They're preparing a contract, pending verification of the more extraordinary stories. If all goes well, Pemberton's memoirs should be published next spring. He's hoping it might serve as a teaching tool for the Naval Academy. Lessons learned from a life at sea, that sort of thing. Not just adventure stories, though there are plenty of those, but genuine insights into naval strategy, leadership, and the challenges of commanding men in difficult circumstances. It sounds like a valuable project, Watson offered. God knows the Navy could use more thoughtful reflection on leadership. I've seen enough military incompetence in my time to appreciate when someone's actually learned from their experiences. The captain's face lit up. You served, Dr. Watson? Army Medical Corps, Afghanistan. Ah, a fellow veteran then. Different services, same fundamental truth, that war teaches you things you'd rather not know but can't afford to forget. The captain raised his teacup in a small salute, which Watson returned with a smile. Holmes had been quiet during this exchange, but Watson knew that silence. His friend was thinking, piecing together patterns, finding connections that weren't immediately obvious to ordinary observers. Captain Holmes, Sherlock said after a moment, if you don't mind my asking, have you had trouble with misdirected mail before? This can't be the first time the Postal Service has confused you with another Holmes in London. The captain laughed, a great booming sound that seemed to fill the room. Confused me with you specifically, you mean? Oh, good Lord, yes. At least 6 times in the past year. I've received invitations to consult on criminal cases, urgent requests to investigate missing persons, even one rather dramatic telegram about a stolen emerald. Each time I've had to write back explaining that while I am indeed a Mr. Holmes residing in London, I am not the Mr. Holmes they're seeking. And the reverse? Holmes asked. Have I been receiving your correspondence? Almost certainly, I should think. Though whether you've noticed or simply discarded it is irrelevant, I couldn't say. I suspect most of my mail is rather dull compared to your usual correspondence. Letters from old shipmates reminiscing about our younger days, invitations to naval reunions, the occasional query about ship identification from maritime historians who've heard I kept detailed logs. Watson was struck by the absurdity and charm of it all. 2 Holmes, living parallel lives in the same city, their mail endlessly confused by a postal system that couldn't quite manage to distinguish between a consulting detective and a retired naval captain. It was the sort of gentle, harmless confusion that could only happen in a city as vast and complicated as London, where millions of lives intersected and overlapped in patterns too complex for any single system to perfectly manage. I suppose we should be grateful we're both relatively law-abiding citizens, the captain continued with a twinkle in his eye. Imagine the complications if one of us were engaged in criminal activity and the other were trying to catch him. The postal service would be working at cross purposes with itself. Holmes smiled, a genuine expression of amusement. Indeed. Though I must say, Captain, having met you, I'm rather glad for the confusion that brought us here. It's not often I meet someone who shares my surname and proves to be such pleasant company. The feeling is entirely mutual, Mr. Holmes, and I insist you both must stay for lunch. Mrs. McGregor has prepared a stew that could resurrect the dead, and I've a bottle of quite decent port that's been waiting for a proper occasion. Meeting one's postal doppelganger seems like an occasion enough, wouldn't you say? Watson looked at Holmes, who nodded with what appeared to be genuine pleasure. We'd be delighted, Captain, though I should warn you, Dr. Watson and I are expected back for Mrs. Hudson's steak and kidney pie, and she takes a dim view of missed meals. Then we'll make sure you're well fed and sent on your way with time to spare, the captain declared. Mrs. McGregor, set 2 more places for lunch, if you please. And so the 3 men settled in, tea giving way to port, stories flowing as freely as the wine, the afternoon stretching out in the companionable way that happens when strangers discover their kindred spirits, separated only by circumstance and the alphabet. Outside, London continued its busy existence, unaware that 2 homes had finally met, that a misdirected telegram had resulted in an unlikely friendship, and that somewhere in the General Post Office, poor Harold Pemberton would be relieved to know his latest confusion had caused no harm and perhaps even some good. The afternoon light slanted through the study windows, catching the dust motes in its beams and turning them to gold, while 3 men laughed and talked, and proved that sometimes the best outcomes come from the smallest mistakes. The stew proved to be every bit as remarkable as Captain Holmes had promised, a rich, dark concoction of beef and root vegetables that had been simmering since morning, filling the house with an aroma that made Watson's earlier breakfast seem like a distant and insufficient memory. Mrs. McGregor served it in deep bowls with thick slices of crusty bread, still warm from the oven, the kind of bread that required real effort to tear and rewarded that effort with a texture both crisp and soft, with a flavour that spoke of proper yeast and patient rising. They ate in the captain's dining room, a space that continued the nautical theme of the rest of the house, but with a domestic warmth that suggested this was where the captain spent his most comfortable hours. The table was oak, dark with age and polish, set with plain but good china that bore the mark of the Royal Navy, a subtle reminder of the life that had shaped the man who sat at its head. On the walls hung more paintings of ships, but these were different from the ones in the hallway. These were specific vessels, each labelled with careful calligraphy: HMS Resolute, HMS Indomitable, HMS Valiant. The captain's career mapped out in oil and canvas, each ship a chapter in a life spent on water rather than land. The Resolute, the captain said, noticing Watson's attention to a particular painting that showed a frigate under full sail against a tropical sunset. My first command. She was old even then, scheduled for decommissioning, but they gave her to me for a supply run to Malta. I was 32 years old and thought I was Admiral Nelson reborn. He chuckled at the memory. She leaked like a sieve, and her steering was temperamental, but she was mine, and I loved every stubborn plank of her. There's something about first commands, Watson observed. I felt the same way about my first field hospital in Afghanistan. It was a tent that barely kept out the wind and medical supplies that were always 2 weeks delayed, but it was my responsibility, my domain. Made me feel 10 feet tall even when everything was going wrong. The captain nodded vigorously, pointing his spoon at Watson in agreement. Exactly so. The weight of command is a peculiar burden, Doctor. It ages you and enlivens you simultaneously. You're terrified every moment that you'll make a mistake that costs lives, but you're also more alive than you've ever been because every decision matters absolutely. Holmes had been eating with the methodical attention he brought to necessary tasks, but Watson could see his friend was listening intently, filing away insights into a type of life he'd never lived, the military life, with its hierarchies and protocols, its combination of rigid structure and chaotic improvisation. "Did you ever wish you'd stayed in service?" Holmes asked. "Risen to admiral, commanded fleets rather than single vessels?" The captain considered this, chewing thoughtfully before answering. There was a time I thought that's what I wanted. Promotion, prestige, influence. But the higher you rise, the further you get from the sea itself. Admirals spend their time in offices in Portsmouth or London, moving ships around on maps rather than feeling the deck move beneath their feet. They make important decisions, certainly, but they make them from desks, not quarterdecks. He gestured to the window, beyond which the small garden was visible, neat and well-tended despite the season. I retired as a captain because I'd reached the point where further advancement would have meant giving up the thing I actually loved. So I took my pension, bought this house, and I've spent the last 5 years reading books I never had time for, tending a garden that doesn't move in heavy seas, and sleeping in a bed that stays reliably level. It's a different kind of life, but it's mine, and I wake up each morning in the same place I went to sleep, which after 40 years in the Navy is still something of a novelty. Mrs. McGregor cleared the bowls and brought out a trifle for dessert. Layers of sponge cake, custard and jam topped with cream that had been whipped to soft peaks. It was the sort of dessert that belonged to English domestic life, to Sunday dinners and family gatherings, utterly unlike anything that could be prepared on a ship's galley. Mrs. McGregor spoils me, the captain said cheerfully. I keep telling her I'm perfectly capable of surviving on ship's biscuit and salt pork, but she insists that just because I survived on such things doesn't mean I should continue to. A wise woman, Watson said, accepting a generous portion of trifle. Mrs. Hudson operates on a similar philosophy. She's convinced that if left to our own devices, Holmes and I would subsist entirely on toast and whatever chemical compounds Holmes happens to be brewing in his test tubes. She's not entirely wrong, Holmes admitted. I've been known to forget meals when my mind is occupied with more pressing matters. The luxury of the modern age, the captain observed. Men like us, and I include you in that category, Mr. Holmes, despite our different professions, we get so absorbed in our work that we forget the body's basic requirements on a ship. You can't do that. The ship's bell rings for meals whether you're ready or not, and if you don't eat, you don't have the strength to climb the rigging when a storm hits. The Navy taught me discipline through sheer necessity. The conversation drifted as they ate, touching on various subjects with the easy randomness of men who'd found themselves unexpectedly companionable. They discussed the changes in London over the past decades. The captain remembered when South Kensington was barely developed, when you could still see fields from where his house now stood. They talked about the latest developments in steam power and whether sailing ships would disappear entirely within their lifetimes. Watson mentioned his time in Afghanistan, and the captain shared his own experiences in remote outposts of the Empire, and they found common ground in the peculiar combination of boredom and terror that characterized military service in distant lands. Holmes contributed observations about criminal patterns he'd noticed shifting as London grew and changed, how the same criminal types who once operated in the East End were now appearing in previously safe neighbourhoods as the city expanded and populations mixed. The captain found this fascinating, drawing parallels to how smuggling routes evolved as naval patrols adapted, a constant game of adaptation and counter-adaptation. It was, Watson reflected, the sort of afternoon that felt suspended outside normal time, the kind of unexpected pleasure that arose from circumstances you couldn't have planned if you tried. A misdirected telegram had brought them here, but what kept them was the simple enjoyment of good company, good food, and the discovery that strangers could become friends over the course of a single meal. The captain poured port after the trifle, producing 3 crystal glasses that caught the afternoon light and turned it to amber. To unexpected visitors, he said, raising his glass, and to the incompetent efficiency of His Majesty's postal service, which confuses our mail but occasionally delivers something better than letters. They drank to that, and Watson felt the port warm him from the inside, a gentle heat that complemented the fullness of the meal and the comfort of the captain's hospitality. "I've been thinking," Holmes said, setting down his glass with a thoughtful expression, "about your postal difficulties, Captain, and I wonder if perhaps there might be a solution that would benefit us both." "Oh?" The captain leaned forward with interest. "The problem, as I understand it, stems from the fact that we're both Mr. Holmes, and both reside in London, which creates endless confusion for anyone trying to direct correspondence to one or the other of us. What if we were to establish a more formal system of distinction? I could, for instance, ensure that my professional correspondence is always addressed to Mr. Sherlock Holmes, consulting detective, rather than simply Mr. Holmes." The inclusion of my profession would make clear which Holmes is intended. The captain's eyes lit up, and I could do the same. Captain Horatio Holmes, RN retired, is distinctive enough that even the most distracted postal clerk would be unlikely to confuse it with a consulting detective. Brilliant, Mr. Holmes, simple, practical, and it requires no great effort on anyone's part except perhaps slightly more ink in the addressing. There's still the matter of Mr. Pemberton at the post office, Watson pointed out. Even with more specific addressing, he's likely to continue confusing similar names. It seems to be a fundamental quirk of how his mind works. Ah, yes, poor Pemberton, Holmes said, and there was genuine sympathy in his voice. I've been thinking about him as well. His affliction, if we can call it that, seems to be a particular form of nominative confusion. He remembers everything else perfectly, you said, Captain. Faces, details, contexts. According to what he told us this morning, yes. He could describe the gentleman who sent your telegram down to the colour of his cufflinks, but couldn't keep his name reliably attached to his face. Holmes steepled his fingers, a gesture Watson recognised as indicating deep thought. The human brain is remarkably specialised. Pemberton has developed a visual and contextual memory system that serves him well in most aspects of his work. But names, which are essentially arbitrary linguistic labels, simply don't adhere properly. It's not stupidity or carelessness, it's a genuine neurological quirk. Can such things be corrected? The captain asked. Corrected? Probably not, but they can be accommodated. What if we were to suggest to Mr. Pemberton a system that works with his strengths rather than against his weaknesses? Instead of trying to remember names independently, he could create visual associations, a card file perhaps, with small sketches or notes about distinctive features attached to each regular customer's name and address. When someone comes to send a telegram, he could quickly reference his card file, match the face to the sketch, and send the telegram to the correct address noted on the card. Watson considered this. It would require effort to maintain such a system. Initially, yes, Holmes agreed. But once established, it would save Pemberton considerable anxiety and reduce errors dramatically. He strikes me as a conscientious man who's genuinely distressed by his mistakes. I suspect he'd be grateful for a practical solution, even one that requires some additional work. The captain nodded slowly, warming to the idea. We could even help him establish it. I'm a fair hand at sketching. I learned to draw ships and coastlines for navigation purposes, and a human face isn't so different from charting a harbour entrance if you reduce it to basic shapes and distinctive features. I could show him some techniques. And I, Holmes added, could help him develop a categorization system. I've done considerable work on indexing and cross-referencing information for my own criminal files. The principles would apply equally well to postal customers. Watson found himself smiling at this development. Here were two men, neither of whom had any obligation to help a confused postal clerk, planning to invest their time and expertise in solving his problem. It spoke to something fundamental about both of them, a generosity of spirit that saw another person's difficulty as something to be addressed rather than merely pitied or avoided. When does Commander Pemberton arrive? Holmes asked, shifting topics. Thursday afternoon, according to the telegram you so kindly delivered. He's taking the early train from Portsmouth and should arrive at Waterloo around 3 o'clock. And you'll meet him there? I'd planned to, yes. Though knowing James, he'd find his way here perfectly well on his own. Man could navigate by the stars through a typhoon. I doubt London streets will pose much challenge. Holmes smiled. Still, after 40 years of friendship and life-saving heroics, meeting him at the station seems the least one could do. My thoughts exactly. I've booked a table at Simpson's for dinner. He's fond of their roast beef, and after months in Portsmouth eating whatever the local public houses serve, he'll appreciate proper London cooking. The afternoon was drawing toward evening now, the light taking on that particular golden quality that November sometimes produces. Thin and precious, as if the sun is apologising for its weakness by making what little light it offers as beautiful as possible. Watson glanced at the clock on the captain's mantelpiece and noted with some surprise that they'd been here for nearly 3 hours. Mrs. Hudson would indeed have opinions about their prolonged absence, though whether those opinions would be softened by the story of how they'd spent their time remained to be seen. We should think about heading back, Watson said reluctantly. Mrs. Hudson will assume we've been murdered in an alley if we're not home by dark, and she'll have Scotland Yard out searching for us. The captain rose with them, genuine regret on his weathered face. I'm sorry to see you go, gentlemen. This has been one of the most pleasant afternoons I've had since retirement. Most of my days involve rather more solitude and rather less stimulating conversation. You should visit us at Baker Street, Holmes said impulsively. Once your friend Pemberton has departed and you're at loose ends again. We keep irregular hours, but we're almost always home in the evenings, and I think you'd find our sitting room a congenial place for conversation. Watson and I tend to fall into comfortable silences unless someone visits to shake us out of our routines. I'd like that very much, the captain said, and Watson could see he meant it. And perhaps, if the weather holds, we could all three take a walk in Kensington Gardens. There's something about walking that facilitates good conversation, don't you find? The rhythm of it, the shared direction of movement. They made their way to the front hall, where Mrs. McGregor appeared with their coats and hats, as if she'd been waiting just out of sight for the precise moment they'd be needed. The captain shook hands with both of them warmly, his grip firm and calloused in the way of men who'd worked with their hands all their lives. "Thank you again for delivering the telegram personally," he said. "Most men would have simply sent it on through the regular post and considered the matter closed. The fact that you took the time to trace it to its source and deliver it yourself speaks well of your character, Mr. Holmes." "It gave us an excuse for a pleasant walk and a new friend," Holmes replied. "I'd say we got the better end of the bargain." They stepped out into the early evening, the air noticeably colder now than it had been at midday. The street lamps were being lit by the lamplighter making his rounds, each one blooming into warm yellow light that pushed back against the gathering dusk. The elms of Elm Grove stood like dark sentinels against the sky, their bare branches creating intricate patterns that shifted and changed as the wind moved through them. "Well," Watson said as they walked back toward the main road where they might catch an omnibus or hail a cab, "that was unexpected." "The best things usually are," Holmes replied. "We set out this morning to solve the mystery of a misdirected telegram, and we've ended up with a new acquaintance, an excellent lunch, and a small project to help an anxious postal clerk. Not bad for a Tuesday." "Do you really think we can help Pemberton? The postal clerk, I mean, not the commander." "I think we can certainly try, and even if our system proves imperfect, it will show him that someone cares enough about his difficulty to attempt a solution. That alone may be worth the effort." They walked in comfortable silence for a while, their footsteps echoing on the pavement, their breath visible in the cold air. Around them, South Kensington was settling into the evening, lights appearing in windows, servants drawing curtains, the day's business giving way to the domestic rituals of dinner and rest. "I liked him," Watson said finally. "The captain. There's something refreshingly straightforward about military men. They say what they mean and mean what they say. No hidden agendas, no complicated machinations." "Don't romanticize too much, Watson," Holmes said with amusement. "I'm sure the Royal Navy has its share of politics and backstabbing. But yes, I liked him too. There's an honesty to a man who spent his life at sea. The ocean doesn't tolerate pretense. It treats everyone with equal indifference. That kind of experience either breaks you or teaches you to be genuine, and the captain clearly fell into the latter category. A hansom cab appeared around the corner, and Holmes hailed it with his stick. They climbed aboard, giving the driver the Baker Street address, and settled in for the journey back across London. The city rolled past the windows, transformed by evening into something mysterious and beautiful, gaslight turning fog into golden halos, shop windows glowing with warm invitation, the endless motion of people and vehicles creating a river of life that never quite stopped flowing. Watson found himself thinking about chance and coincidence, about how a postal clerk's confusion had led to an afternoon of unexpected friendship. If the telegram had been delivered correctly, they'd never have met Captain Holmes. They'd have spent a quiet Tuesday at home, probably bored, certainly none the richer for new acquaintances or interesting conversations. Sometimes, he reflected, the universe's mistakes were better than its successes. Sometimes getting lost led you exactly where you needed to be. Mrs. Hudson was, as Watson had predicted, less than pleased with their late return, though her displeasure manifested in that particularly British way of expressing disappointment through exaggerated politeness and pointed comments about the state of reheated pies. The steak and kidney pie sat on the table, still warm but clearly having waited longer than intended, its crust perhaps slightly darker than it would have been at the proper hour. "I'm sure it's no trouble at all," she said with the tone of someone for whom it was clearly considerable trouble. "To keep dinner warm for hours while gentlemen wander about London on mysterious errands. The oven doesn't mind, I'm sure, and the pastry certainly doesn't suffer from being heated twice." "Mrs. Hudson, you are a saint among landladies," Holmes said, employing his most charming smile, the one he reserved for occasions when he needed to be forgiven for something. "And I promise you, we have an excellent excuse. We've been dining with my naval namesake in South Kensington and solving the mystery of the misdirected telegram." "Naval namesake?" Mrs. Hudson's irritation wavered, curiosity beginning to show through. "You mean there's another Mr. Holmes in London?" "Captain Horatio Holmes, retired from Her Majesty's Navy after 40 years of distinguished service, a thoroughly delightful gentleman who served us the most excellent stew and told us stories of typhoons and pirates and volcanic eruptions." Mrs. Hudson's expression softened despite herself. "Well, that does sound rather more interesting than I'd assumed. But you might have sent word." "You're absolutely right, and we should have," Watson interjected, attempting to support Holmes's diplomatic efforts. "We got caught up in the moment and lost track of time. It won't happen again." "It will happen again," Mrs. Hudson said with the resigned wisdom of someone who'd known them both long enough to recognize empty promises. "But at least you're honest about it." "Well, sit down then, and I'll bring fresh. Vegetables. The ones I made earlier have gone past saving." She disappeared back down to her kitchen, and Holmes and Watson settled themselves at the table with the slightly sheepish expressions of schoolboys who'd been caught, but not severely punished. The pie, despite its extended stay in the oven, proved to be excellent, the meat tender and flavourful, the gravy rich and dark, the pastry flaky enough to satisfy even Mrs. Hudson's exacting standards. "We should do something for her," Watson said quietly, cutting into his portion. "Something to show we appreciate her tolerance of our irregular habits." "Agreed. Though what does one give a woman who seems to want nothing but punctual tenants and a quiet household?" "Perhaps that's precisely what we should give her. A few days of absolute predictability. Home for every meal, no midnight visitors, no chemical experiments that produce alarming smells or colours." Holmes looked horrified. "You're suggesting we become boring?" "I'm suggesting we become temporarily considerate. There's a difference." Before Holmes could respond, Mrs. Hudson returned with a dish of fresh carrots and parsnips, their butter glaze catching the lamplight. She set them down with slightly less severity than before, which they both recognised as a sign of thawing. "This other Mr. Holmes," she said, unable to resist her curiosity. "He lives in South Kensington, you said?" "Number 43 Elm Grove, a lovely house filled with nautical artefacts and maps of places I'll likely never visit. He's invited us to call again, and I suspect we'll take him up on the offer." Mrs. Hudson considered this. "Well, at least if you're going to be late for dinner, it's good to know you're making friends rather than chasing criminals through sewers or whatever it is you normally do. Though I still expect to be informed when you won't be home at the usual hour." "We'll telegraph ahead next time," Holmes promised with mock solemnity, and Watson nearly choked on his carrots, trying not to laugh at the irony of solving a telegram problem only to create more telegrams. Mrs. Hudson, sensing she'd made her point, withdrew once more, leaving them to finish their meal in peace. They ate in companionable silence for a while, the kind of comfortable quiet that comes from years of shared meals and mutual understanding. "So," Watson said eventually, pushing his empty plate aside with satisfaction, "what's our next step with Pemberton? The postal clerk, I mean." "I thought we might return to the Central Post Office tomorrow morning," Holmes replied, reaching for the teapot that Mrs. Hudson had thoughtfully provided. "Catch him during a quieter period when he can spare a few minutes for conversation. I'd like to propose our indexing system and see if he's amenable to implementing it." "And if he's not? If he's too proud or too set in his ways to accept help?" Holmes poured tea for them both, the stream of dark liquid steaming in the cool evening air. "Then we'll have tried, and that's all anyone can do. But I don't think he'll refuse. He struck me as a man genuinely distressed by his mistakes, and genuinely interested in preventing them. Pride is one thing, but practical relief from daily anxiety is quite another." Watson added milk to his tea, watching it swirl and cloud the darkness. "You know, this whole affair has been remarkably pleasant. No murders, no stolen jewels, no desperate clients weeping in our sitting room. Just a small mistake that led to an afternoon of good company, and the opportunity to help someone with a problem." "You sound almost disappointed that no one's been murdered," Holmes observed with amusement. "Not disappointed exactly. Just surprised, I suppose, that you've taken such interest in something so mundane. Usually you dismiss small domestic matters as beneath your notice." I cannot waste my time on trivialities, as I believe you put it when Mrs. Wilcox asked you to find her missing cat. The cat had simply wandered into the neighbour's shed and was perfectly capable of finding its own way home, which it did 3 days later. That was different. How is it different? Holmes was quiet for a moment, stirring his tea with more attention than the task strictly required. When he spoke, his voice had a thoughtful quality that Watson had learned to recognise as Holmes being genuinely honest, rather than merely clever. I suppose it's different because this involves a genuine problem with a potentially elegant solution. Pemberton isn't being careless or lazy. He has a legitimate neurological quirk that interferes with his work despite his best efforts. There's a puzzle there, Watson. Not a criminal puzzle, granted, but an intellectual one nonetheless. How do you create a system that accommodates human limitations rather than pretending such limitations don't exist? He paused, sipping his tea. And perhaps I'm also intrigued because it's a problem where the solution benefits everyone. Pemberton gets relief from his anxiety, we get our mail delivered correctly, Captain Holmes receives his telegrams on time, and the postal service functions more efficiently. No one loses, everyone gains. That's rather rare in my experience. You're going soft in your old age, Holmes. I'm 34, Watson, hardly old. Soft in your middle age, then. Next you'll be volunteering at charity bazaars and helping old ladies across streets. Holmes smiled despite himself. There are worse fates, though I draw the line at church socials. Even my newfound philanthropic spirit has its limits. They finished their tea as the evening deepened outside, the gas lamps of Baker Street creating their familiar pattern of light and shadow beyond the windows. Somewhere in the distance, a church bell tolled the hour, 9 o'clock, the day winding down toward its close, London settling into its nighttime rhythms of closing shops and lighting hearth fires, of servants banking coals and families, gathering in sitting rooms before bed. Watson found himself thinking about the day's strange journey, from a breakfast interrupted by a wayward telegram to an afternoon in South Kensington, with a naval captain whose only crime was sharing Holmes's surname. It had been, he reflected, one of those days that proved life's texture was created as much by small incidents as by dramatic ones. Not every day needed to be an adventure. Sometimes a misdirected telegram and the resolution thereof was entertainment enough. I think I'll write this up, he said suddenly. Not for the Strand, obviously. They want murders and intrigue, but for my own records. The adventure of the wrong Mr. Holmes. Or perhaps, the case of the confused correspondence. You make it sound more dramatic than it was, Holmes observed. Isn't that my job? To take your methodical brilliance and transform it into something the reading public will enjoy. Besides, there's value in recording the small cases alongside the sensational ones. They show a different side of your character, the patient problem solver rather than the dramatic crime fighter. If you must write it, at least keep the title modest. The adventure of makes it sound like we battled pirates or uncovered a conspiracy. This was barely an incident, let alone an adventure. The incident of the wrong Mr. Holmes, then. Though I reserve the right to embellish slightly for narrative effect. You always do, Holmes said dryly, but there was affection in his tone. The rest of the evening passed in comfortable domesticity. Holmes settled into his chair with a monograph on tobacco ash he'd been meaning to read, while Watson caught up on his medical journals, occasionally reading aloud particularly interesting passages about new surgical techniques or treatments. The fire crackled in its grate, the clock ticked its steady rhythm, and 221B Baker Street wrapped itself around them with the familiar comfort of home. At some point Mrs. Hudson appeared to collect the tea things and wish them good night. Her earlier irritation completely evaporated, replaced by her usual expression of maternal concern mixed with fond exasperation. She reminded them not to stay up too late and to remember to bank the fire before retiring, instructions they acknowledged with the automatic agreement of people who had no intention of doing either thing until they were good and ready. The next morning dawned grey and damp, the kind of November day that made staying indoors seem like the only sensible option. But Holmes was energised by purpose, rising earlier than usual and already dressed when Watson emerged from his bedroom, still in his dressing gown, and contemplating whether breakfast was worth the effort of getting fully dressed. "Come along, Watson," Holmes called cheerfully from the sitting room. "We have a postal clerk to rescue from his nominal confusion, and the morning is wasting." "The morning is barely beginning," Watson protested. But he went to dress nonetheless, recognising that when Holmes had set his mind to something, resistance was futile and generally more effort than cooperation. They breakfasted quickly, toast and eggs and strong tea that helped drive away the morning chill, and set out once more for St. Martin's-le-Grand. The journey felt different in the morning light, the city fresh and busy with the day's business, street vendors setting up their wares, shop assistants sweeping steps, delivery carts rumbling past with produce and goods destined for 1,000 different locations. The General Post Office was already busy when they arrived, the great hall filled with the sound of voices and footsteps echoing off the high ceiling. But the morning rush seemed to have passed its peak, and the clerks behind the counter were working with steady efficiency rather than harried urgency. Pemberton was exactly where they'd found him the previous day, though this morning he looked slightly less distressed, or at least distressed about different things. He was sorting telegrams into piles with the concentration of someone trying to solve a particularly complex mathematical equation using only coloured papers and guesswork. Holmes approached the counter with Watson at his side, waiting patiently until Pemberton looked up and registered their presence. Recognition dawned in the clerk's watery blue eyes, followed immediately by anxiety. "Oh, Mr. Holmes! Dr. Watson?" He set down his telegrams with the guilty haste of someone caught doing something wrong. "I do hope yesterday's confusion didn't cause too much trouble. I've been thinking about it all night, worrying that I'd disrupted something important or caused offence or—" "Mr. Pemberton," Holmes interrupted gently, "you caused no trouble whatsoever. In fact, quite the opposite. You inadvertently introduced us to a most delightful gentleman and gave us a pleasant afternoon. We've come to thank you, not to complain." Pemberton blinked in surprise. "To thank me?" "Indeed, and also to offer you some assistance with your nominal difficulties, if you're willing to accept it. Dr. Watson and I have developed a system that we believe might help prevent future confusions, and we'd like to propose it to you." The clerk's expression shifted through surprise to cautious hope. "A system for remembering names?" "Not exactly remembering them. We understand that's not how your mind works, and trying to force it would be counterproductive. Rather, we're proposing a way to work with your strengths instead of against your weaknesses. May we explain?" Pemberton glanced around nervously, then nodded. "I have a few minutes before the next rush. Let me tell my supervisor I'm stepping away briefly." He disappeared into the back offices and returned a moment later, gesturing for them to follow him to a quieter corner of the hall, where they could talk without shouting over the general hubbub of postal business. "Now then," Holmes began, his voice taking on the patient, methodical tone he used when explaining a complex chain of reasoning. "You mentioned that you remember faces perfectly, yes? Every detail, every feature?" "Oh yes, sir. I could describe someone I met once 5 years ago. The shape of their nose, the colour of their eyes, any distinguishing marks. It's names that slip away from me, or rather, that attach themselves to the wrong faces." "Precisely. So instead of trying to remember names independently, what if we created a visual reference system? A card file where each regular customer has a card with a small sketch, or a written description of their distinctive features, along with their correct name and address. When someone comes to send a telegram, you could quickly consult your file, match the face to the description, and send the message to the address noted on the card." Pemberton's eyes widened as he considered this. A card file, with sketches. That could... Yes, that could actually work. I could see the face, match it to the sketch, and read the correct name. It would bypass the whole problem of my brain mixing up the names on its own. "Exactly so," Watson chimed in. "And once the system is established, maintaining it would be simple. A new customer comes in regularly. You add a card. Does someone move or change their information? You update the card. It would require some initial effort to set up, but after that it would actually save you time and anxiety. And we're willing to help you establish it," Holmes added. "In fact, Captain Holmes, the gentleman who should have received yesterday's telegram, has offered to teach you some basic sketching techniques. He learned to draw for naval purposes and says a human face isn't much different from charting a harbour if you reduce it to basic shapes." Pemberton looked between them with an expression approaching wonder, as if he couldn't quite believe that two gentlemen would take such interest in helping him solve a problem that must seem trivial compared to the great criminal mysteries Holmes usually dealt with. "You'd do that for me? Help me set up this system?" "We would," Holmes confirmed, "and we'd do it gladly, because it solves a problem that affects more people than just you. Every confused telegram is a missed message, a delayed communication, a small disruption in the great machine of connection that keeps London functioning. Helping you helps everyone." The postal clerk's eyes were suspiciously bright, and he pulled out his handkerchief to polish his spectacles with more vigour than strictly necessary. "I've worked here for 15 years, he said quietly, "and every day I worry I'll make a mistake that gets me dismissed. I love this work. I love being part of connecting people across distances, helping messages reach their destinations. But the names have always been my weakness, and I've been so afraid that eventually someone would notice and decide I was more trouble than I was worth." "Then let us help you become invaluable instead," Holmes said warmly. "A clerk with perfect visual memory and an organised reference system would be an asset to any post office. Your weakness becomes irrelevant when you've built a structure that accounts for it." Pemberton straightened his shoulders, something like hope replacing the perpetual anxiety in his expression. "When do we start?" The next few days unfolded with a gentle rhythm that Watson found surprisingly satisfying. There was something deeply pleasant about a project that required patience rather than urgency, that built slowly toward improvement rather than racing toward dramatic revelation. It was, he reflected, rather like medicine, the careful, methodical work of healing that happened in small increments rather than sudden miracles. Holmes had thrown himself into the task with the same intensity he brought to criminal investigations, though the materials were notably different. Instead of magnifying glasses and chemical analysis, he worked with index cards and careful categorization. He'd purchased a small wooden filing box from a stationer on the Strand, along with several hundred blank cards of heavy stock that would withstand frequent handling. Captain Holmes had proven true to his word, arriving at Baker Street on Wednesday afternoon with a portfolio of sketching supplies and the patient demeanour of someone who'd spent years teaching young midshipmen the basics of coastal charting. Mrs. Hudson had served tea with barely concealed curiosity about this second Mr. Holmes, and Watson had caught her listening at the door on more than one occasion, apparently fascinated by the naval stories that punctuated the sketching lessons. "The key," the captain explained, demonstrating on a fresh card with quick, confident strokes of pencil, "is not to create a work of art, but a useful reference. You're charting a face the way you'd chart a coastline, identifying the landmarks, the distinctive features that make this face different from all others." He sketched as he spoke, and a face emerged on the card with remarkable efficiency. The shape of the head, the set of the eyes, the distinctive hook of a nose, the particular way the ears sat against the skull. It wasn't beautiful, but it was unmistakably a specific person, rendered in simple lines that could be quickly matched to the living face. Pemberton watched with the absorption of someone seeing a solution to a years-long problem take shape before his eyes. "I think I can do this," he said, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "I can see how it would work. The face tells me which card to look at, and the card tells me the name." "Exactly so," the captain confirmed. "And you needn't be a great artist. Even stick figures would work if you had enough distinctive details. The scar above the left eyebrow, the gap between the front teeth, the unusual colour of the eyes, whatever makes each face memorable to you." They spent the afternoon in Holmes's sitting room. The three men gathered around the table like students at a strange academy, creating sample cards for imaginary customers. The captain sketched. Holmes designed the organisational system, alphabetical by surname, with cross-references for common first names and addresses, and Pemberton practised matching faces to descriptions with increasing confidence. Watson played the role of observer and occasional model, allowing his face to be sketched multiple times as Pemberton practised reducing features to their essential lines. It was oddly intimate, having someone study your face with such intensity, noting every asymmetry and distinctive mark. Watson discovered he had a small scar on his left temple he'd never particularly noticed, a slight crook to his nose from a long-ago rugby injury, and eyebrows that apparently tilted in a way the captain described as quizzical. "You have an honest face, Doctor," Pemberton remarked as he completed his third sketch of Watson's features. "Very straightforward bone structure, no unusual quirks. You'd be easy to remember and easy to match to a card." "I'm not sure whether to be flattered or insulted," Watson replied with a smile. "Is an interesting face better or worse than an honest one?" "Different purposes, sir. An interesting face is memorable, but an honest face is trustworthy. In your profession, I'd wager honesty serves you better." By the time the afternoon faded into evening, they'd created a workable system, and Pemberton had gained enough confidence to begin implementing it at the post office. The captain had donated his own sketching supplies. "I've more at home, and you need these more than I do at present." and Holmes had presented Pemberton with the filing box and cards with the same ceremony one might use to present a soldier with a medal. "This is yours now," Holmes said, handing over the polished wooden box. "Your tool for transforming a weakness into a strength. Use it well." Pemberton had accepted it with something approaching reverence, his hands trembling slightly as he held the box. "I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Holmes. Both Mr. Holmeses, I should say, and Dr. Watson as well. You've given me hope that I can continue doing work I love without constant fear of making devastating mistakes. Thank us by putting it to good use," the captain said warmly, "and perhaps by ensuring that telegrams actually reach their intended recipients more often than not." "I'll start tomorrow," Pemberton promised. "I'll come in early, before the morning rush, and begin making cards for my regular customers. Within a week, I should have the most frequent visitors catalogued. Within a month, I'll have built up a comprehensive reference." He'd left that evening with the filing box tucked under one arm and a determination in his step that replaced his usual anxious shuffle. Watson watched him go with the satisfaction of a doctor seeing a patient respond to treatment, that particular pleasure of witnessing someone's burden lifted, even if only partially. Thursday arrived with clear skies and cold sunshine, exactly as Holmes had predicted days earlier when examining the fog. Watson had almost forgotten about Commander Pemberton's visit until the captain mentioned it over breakfast. He'd come to join them at Baker Street, finding Mrs. Hudson's cooking far superior to eating alone in his Kensington house, and she'd responded by setting a third place with only minimal grumbling about having to stretch the eggs and bacon. "James should be arriving at Waterloo around 3, the captain said, spreading marmalade on his toast with the careful attention of someone performing a pleasant ritual. "I'll head over to meet him around 2:30 to be safe. Trains from Portsmouth are usually punctual, but one never knows." "Would you like company?" Holmes asked, surprising both Watson and the captain. "Watson and I have no pressing engagements this afternoon, and I confess I'm curious to meet the man whose telegram started this entire chain of events." The captain's face lit up with genuine pleasure. "I'd be delighted. James is wonderful company, or you'll enjoy him immensely. Fair warning, though, if you get him started on his naval stories, he'll talk until the sun comes up. The man's experienced enough adventures for 3 lifetimes and remembers every detail." "Then we should get along famously," Watson said. "I've been known to appreciate a good military story myself." And so, that afternoon found the 3 of them at Waterloo Station, standing on the platform amid the controlled chaos of arrival and departure. The great iron and glass structure soared overhead, creating a cathedral to movement and connection, to the endless flow of people across distances that would have been impossible just decades earlier. The Portsmouth train arrived precisely on time, hissing and steaming like a mechanical dragon as it slowed to a stop. Doors opened and passengers began to emerge. Businessmen with briefcases, families with luggage, sailors in uniform heading to shore leave or reporting for duty. The captain's face transformed as he spotted his friend, years falling away in an instant as he raised his hand in greeting. "James, over here!" Commander James Pemberton was a tall man, rangy and weathered, with the permanent squint of someone who'd spent decades staring at horizons in bright sunlight. His hair was white now, but thick and neatly trimmed, and his bearing was unmistakably military despite his civilian clothes. He carried a leather satchel with the care of someone transporting precious cargo, and his face broke into a broad grin when he spotted the captain. "Harry!" The name came out with genuine warmth. "You old sea dog, you haven't changed a bit." "Liar," the captain replied cheerfully, meeting his friend with a handshake that turned into a brief back-slapping embrace. "We've both gone. Grey and creaky, but at least we're still upright and breathing." "Fair point." The commander turned his attention to Holmes and Watson, his eyes sharp and assessing in the way of military men evaluating new acquaintances. "And you've brought friends, I see. Allow me to introduce Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson, both of Baker Street. Gentlemen, Commander James Pemberton, late of Her Majesty's Navy and the finest navigator I ever served with." They shook hands all around, and Watson noted the commander's grip, firm but not aggressive, the handshake of someone confident in themselves without needing to prove it. His hands were calloused and scarred, the hands of someone who'd worked with the ropes and rigging, who'd hauled on lines in storms and climbed ratlines in rough seas. "Any friend of Harry's is a friend of mine," the commander said warmly. "Though I'm curious how you two came to be acquainted. Harry's not mentioned meeting new people in his letters, and he's usually quite thorough about such things." It's a story best told over a drink, the captain said, guiding them toward the station exit. And fortunately, we have dinner reservations at Simpson's where we'll have plenty of time for the full account. Fair warning, James, it involves postal confusion, mistaken identity, and your telegram going astray in the most amusing way possible. My telegram? Good God, did it actually reach you? I was beginning to worry. It reached Mr. Holmes at 221B Baker Street, Holmes explained as they emerged onto the street where a hansom cab waited. The problem was that it reached the wrong Mr. Holmes. I am also Mr. Holmes, and I also live at 221B Baker Street, and our friend Harold Pemberton at the Central Post Office confused us. The commander stopped walking, his expression shifting through confusion to understanding to outright amusement. Harold Pemberton? The telegraph clerk? The one who mixes up everyone's names? You know him? Watson asked, surprised. Know of him, certainly. Every naval officer who sends telegrams through London has heard of Harold Pemberton and his unfortunate affliction. There's a running joke in the officers' mess that if you really want to confuse your enemies, send your messages through Pemberton. They'll end up in such random locations that no spy could possibly trace them. He laughed, a deep rolling sound. So my urgent telegram about documentation ended up with the famous consulting detective? That's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. They climbed into the cab, settling themselves for the journey to Simpson's. The commander set his satchel carefully between his feet, treating it with the reverence the captain had mentioned it deserved. The documents are in there? Holmes asked, nodding toward the satchel. 40 years of my naval career reduced to paper, the commander confirmed. Battle reports, commendations, disciplinary records. Yes, there are a few of those. I wasn't always the model. Officer. Logs from every ship I served on. Letters of recommendation. Even some personal journals from my early years as a midshipman. My entire life at sea ready to be examined by Macmillan's fact-checkers. It must feel strange, Watson observed, reducing a lifetime of experience to documents for verification. Strange and necessary, the commander replied. The stories I could tell, and plan to tell in the memoir, are so extraordinary that without documentation, readers would dismiss them as fiction. Pirates in the Straits of Malacca, typhoons in the Pacific, the eruption we witnessed from our ship's deck, the time we rescued a Portuguese merchant vessel, whose crew had all fallen to fever, leaving only a cabin boy alive to sail her. These things sound like adventure novels, not actual history. But they're true, the captain added. Every word. I was there for half of them, and the ones I missed, I heard about from men who were there. James doesn't exaggerate. If anything, he understates for the sake of modesty. The cab carried them through London's early evening streets, the city transitioning from work to leisure, shops closing while restaurants and theatres prepared to open. Gas lamps were being lit in anticipation of darkness, each one a small star being born against the coming night. Simpson's received them with the quiet efficiency of an establishment that had been serving gentlemen for generations and saw no reason to change its methods now. They were shown to a table in the wood-panelled dining room, where the smell of roasting meat hung heavy and delicious in the air. The captain ordered roast beef for the table with the confidence of someone who knew exactly what this establishment did best, and within minutes they were supplied with drinks and the assurance that dinner would arrive shortly. The commander settled back in his chair with visible pleasure, a man clearly happy to be in London, in good company, with the prospect of excellent food before him. Now then, he said, I want the full story of this telegram confusion. Leave nothing out. And so they told it, Holmes and Watson alternating in the narration, with the captain adding commentary and corrections, the story unspooling like a thread connecting all of them. The breakfast was interrupted by Billy's arrival, the examination of the telegram, the visit to the post office and discovery of Harold Pemberton's peculiar affliction, the journey to South Kensington and the meeting with Captain Holmes, the afternoon of stories and stew, the decision to help Pemberton develop his card file system. The commander listened with the attention of someone who understood that good stories were their own form of treasure, worth as much as gold or glory. He laughed in all the right places, asked clarifying questions, and by the time their roast beef arrived, magnificent slabs of meat with Yorkshire pudding and horseradish sauce, he was shaking his head in wonder. So my simple telegram managed to connect 4 men who'd never have met otherwise, and resulted in helping poor Pemberton solve a problem that's plagued him for years. That's... He paused, searching for the right word. That's rather beautiful, actually. A small mistake creating something better than perfection would have. Exactly what I thought, Watson agreed. Sometimes the universe's errors are superior to its intentions. They ate with the enthusiasm of men who'd earned their dinner through the simple act of living interesting lives and being willing to help others. The conversation flowed as freely as the wine the captain had ordered. Talk of the Navy and detection, of Afghanistan and the Pacific, of London's changes and the world's vastness, of small kindnesses and great adventures. At one point, the commander opened his satchel and showed them some of the documents he'd brought. Yellowed pages covered in precise handwriting, official forms bearing impressive seals, photographs of ships and sailors long since retired or deceased. Each paper was a fragment of history, a piece of proof that extraordinary things had indeed happened, that the world was larger and stranger than most people realized. This one, the commander said, handling a particular photograph with great care, was taken the day after the typhoon. See how the mast is bent? We survived that storm by pure luck and stubborn refusal to sink. Lost 2 men overboard, may they rest in peace, but saved the other 118 through seamanship and prayer in equal measure. Holmes studied the photograph with his characteristic intensity, no doubt cataloguing details that others might miss. The damage to the rigging suggests winds in excess of 70 miles per hour. Remarkable that the ship survived at all. Remarkable that we survived, the commander corrected gently. Ships are replaceable, men are not. The evening stretched on, the dining room gradually emptying as other diners finished their meals and departed. But their table remained animated, the conversation showing no signs of exhaustion. They'd moved from naval stories to Holmes's cases, and the commander proved as hungry for tales of detection as Holmes was for stories of the sea. "It's not so different, your work and mine," the commander observed at one point. "Both require reading signs that others miss, making decisions with incomplete information, maintaining calm when everything's going to hell around you. The environment is different. You have London streets while I had the open ocean. But the fundamental challenge is the same. How do you navigate safely when the world is trying to confuse you?" "I'd never thought of it that way," Holmes admitted, "but you're right. Detection and navigation share more similarities than differences. Both require observation, deduction, and the courage to trust your conclusions even when they seem improbable." Watson found himself thinking about connections. Again, how these 4 men, thrown together by chance and circumstance, had found genuine fellowship. A consulting detective, an army doctor, and 2 naval officers, their lives as different as one could imagine. Yet here they sat in perfect harmony, the conversation flowing like water finding its natural level. Mrs. Hudson would have approved, he thought. She'd always maintained that the best evenings were the ones where friendship mattered more than formality, where laughter came easily and time passed unnoticed. They finally left Simpson's as the restaurant was preparing to close, stepping out into a London night that had turned cold and clear. The stars were actually visible, a rarity in the city's usual haze, scattered across the sky like diamonds on black velvet. The captain and commander planned to share a cab back to Kensington, where the commander would stay as a guest while conducting his business with the publisher. Holmes and Watson would walk back to Baker Street. It wasn't far and the night was too beautiful to waste in a cab. They parted with handshakes and promises to meet again before the commander returned to Portsmouth. There was talk of another dinner, perhaps at the captain's house where Mrs. McGregor could demonstrate her other culinary skills. There was agreement that this chance meeting had been far too pleasant to be a one-time occurrence. "Thank you," the commander said seriously, addressing Holmes and Watson, "for delivering my telegram personally. You could have simply sent it on through the post, but instead you took the time to trace it to its source and hand it to Harry yourself. That kind of consideration is rare in this world, and it's appreciated more than you might know." "It gave us an adventure," Holmes replied simply. "And adventures, as you know better than most, are worth pursuing even when they seem small." The 2 cabs departed in opposite directions, carrying their passengers toward different corners of London. Holmes and Watson walked through the quiet streets, their breath visible in the cold air, their footsteps echoing on the pavement. "Well," Watson said after a while, "that was an unexpectedly delightful week." "It was, wasn't it?" Holmes agreed. "All because a postal clerk couldn't keep his Holmeses straight and a telegram went astray. Makes you wonder how many other small mistakes are creating unexpected good in the world." "Or unexpected chaos," Watson countered. "True, but I prefer to focus on the good. It's more pleasant and heaven knows the world provides enough actual chaos without us borrowing more." They walked the rest of the way in comfortable silence, two friends returning home after an evening well spent. Above them, the stars wheeled in their ancient patterns, indifferent to human concerns but beautiful nonetheless. Around them, London slept and woke and went about its endless business, a city of millions where chance encounters happened every day, most forgotten immediately, but some, like this one, creating ripples that spread outward in ways no one could predict. When they reached 221B, they found a light burning in the window. Mrs. Hudson had waited up, or more likely had simply trusted they'd return at a reasonable hour and left the lamp for them. The familiar door, the familiar stairs, the familiar sitting room welcoming them back. Home, Watson thought. After all the talk of distant oceans and exotic ports, of adventures and dangers and the vastness of the world, there was something deeply satisfying about coming home to a place that knew you, that expected you, that held your comfortable chair and your favourite pipe, and the quiet promise of peaceful sleep. Holmes went immediately to his chemistry table, checking on some experiment he'd left brewing. Watson picked up the evening paper, though he had no real intention of reading it. They settled into their usual positions, the day's adventures already becoming memories, already taking their place in the long chain of experiences that connected them. "Watson," Holmes said after a while, not looking up from his test tubes. "Yes?" "I'm glad the telegram went astray," Watson smiled. "So am I, Holmes. So am I." The fire burned low in its grate. The clock ticked toward midnight. Outside, London dreamed its complex dreams of empire and industry, of progress and tradition, of millions of individual lives intersecting in patterns too vast to comprehend. And in a quiet house on Baker Street, two friends sat in companionable silence, grateful for small mistakes and chance encounters, for postal clerks who mixed up names and telegrams that found wrong addresses but somehow, mysteriously, ended up exactly where they needed to be. The case of the misdirected telegram was closed, the mystery solved, and the world was, in its small way, a little bit better for solving. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the starry silence of Kyoto, the warm ocean breeze of Maldives, the soft evening glow of Paris, or the quiet charm of Helsinki? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the night embrace you. Let your dreams wander gently across the world. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.